All right. Good morning, guys. Quick sound check. Let me know if you can hear me. How we doing this morning? Hanging? Sounds so beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. How's my face? Oh, I feel a little stuffy this morning. Let's see what we can do, though. We got that loaded up. Should be good to go there. All right, let's take a look. My first initial thoughts here are honestly that I don't want to be here. We are again another day just grinding higher. At the moment, we've got S&P's up 0.31, Nasdaq up 0.47, the Russell's up 0.74, which is impressive, and may be the thing in which we focus on today. And then we've got the Dow up 0.28% here, which is it's essentially the laggard along with the S&Ps. I mean, we're pretty much even there. The Russell's kind of leading the way there. And the reason I say it might be the one is we've got this 2490-60 level in place here that we're kind of setting above, or kind of getting ready to gap above this morning, currently, about 2 points above that. So I like that. The thing in which I don't like that still kind of has my attention, my eye on a little bit, is just purely volume. So we're at 9:23 in the morning, and we have 131,000 contracts traded for the S&Ps. Wow, that's funny. Streamlabs sent me a thing. Congrats on completing your first stream. I don't know that is entirely accurate, but cool, thanks. So yeah, my first initial thoughts on that is I just don't necessarily want to trade that. At the same time, it also leads me into thinking maybe this gap is going to fail, this gap up. I mean, we're essentially just coming right back up into the upper end of the range from yesterday, essentially Friday's highs, kind of that area. So while it seems like, yeah, maybe we should just long this and continue to kind of trade in the direction of the trend, which has obviously been bullish lately. I don't love that piece, and I don't love exactly where we're gapping to. So I think a gap down today would have been a little bit better. That was kind of what I was looking for. And I was talking about it last night in the Discord. I was honestly thinking we'd probably more so gap down into 191s. We started getting some of this little bit of downtrend action going here, down to 330s, back to 380s, down to 320s. So I was kind of hoping that would continue on its way down into 191s, and it just hasn't happened. So from an indice standpoint, I think I'm going to be a little bit patient and maybe not even do anything unless we can probably start to fail, then potentially look for shorts here and see if we can't make that move lower. Now, I do, however, like gold and I do like silver as well. So we got a decent little rally going here in gold so far. We did go down and trade those 42.24s last night. We've bounced about 50 points or so off those lows. Lows here being 42.10. So yeah, we're exactly 51 points above that at the moment. And then same thing here in silver. Silver was able to come down and hold this 57.83s. We didn't test it yet in regular trading hours, which is not the most ideal situation. I would have preferred, this open to be, essentially wherever it is, 58.20s, give or take, and then kind of pull back to test this, and then we could rally from there. So with that being said, I am open to pullbacks in here just because I think it can have a runaway type of day to the upside. But I am going to be cautious probably on that first entry, maybe let it get a shimmy, something like that, in order to then participate on that. So metals are a bigger watch at the moment, I think, than indices. And then last but not least here is going to be Bitcoin. So we are making this move up through 88,305s here. We're about 800 points or so through that at the moment. We did open beneath it so far, but still trying to continue to push. So Bitcoin's up, 3.8%. Ethereum's up pretty decent here as well. Nice level in place there that we decided to front run again as well today. So I'm going to keep this one on watch. I wouldn't be opposed to any kind of like quick move down into 86 430s. If we could do something like that, then I would certainly be open to stepping into the long side. I just wouldn't want to see us go too much further from here. So if we can kind of chill out a little bit in the Bitcoin realm at the moment, and then start to do that, that would make more sense to me, I think. So that's my goal, at least at the moment. I don't know if we'll see that move down in Bitcoin or not, but that's at least my initial thinking here. So, all right, we got this pulled up. I'm gonna put the Russell on the list here in my order window, have it ready to go. I did trade a little bit of silver last night and caught about 18 cents on that. So I'm not really too pressed to do anything just yet this morning. I kind of want to let this markets settle in and kind of come to us. So let's keep that idea in mind. But I am going to watch the Russell here initially. I wouldn't be too surprised if that fails either, though. He said we will see 68.91s today. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. It's possible for sure. Day 2 of my fast. All right, there's the bell. Russell dipping kind of hard. Open was up there at 91.90s. So not terrible. I'm going to do 3 days. I'll break it Thursday morning. Nice little NASDAQ pullback to start there. Got this 463s in here. I don't love that though. I will later today. I'll start adding in some salt and stuff. The only thing I'm allowing myself is coffee. What's up, ZB? S&P is trying to turn green there. 91.90 is that Russell open. So we did open above the level here, but not really able to get back up through it at the moment. It'd be kind of obnoxious if that's the Russell or the NASDAQ front run. I won't be surprised, but it would be obnoxious. Dow doesn't seem to like whatever's happening at the moment. The Dow's got a level below at 47,234s. Which would be a decent move down from here. Nasdaq really gonna front run that level. Also just kind of pop down the new lows there. I like Russell up over 88.50s here. Stops are 86. I'm gonna wait a second. Nasdaq still continuing to push. Little front run of the 463s there. It's always cool. I kind of like the way S&Ps are acting here. Trying to find a little bit of a bottom. I don't want to rush anything though, so if we are going to just continue to truck higher on the day, then ideally we can find an entry into something and just hold it, but I want to say it's the Russell, but it's not doing as well as I expected it to with the open above the level there. So I don't know that that's it. I would like to see if we did a little retest of 44s here in the S&Ps, I would be down for that. A small little pullback retest of that. I think Dow wants to go see 234s though, which makes that tough. And S&P is just ripped up there with no retest of 44, so he said boo NASDAQ. Yeah, NASDAQ front runs are just obnoxious lately. One of my least favorite things. $130-point ripper in the NASDAQ. Just a quick little 8-point front run of the level. It's always fun. We got room to 25,900s. That's the problem. Still 300 plus points worth of room. If we can get a pullback, then I'll be interested. If we just continue to do what we're doing now, then obviously there's nothing we can do with it. But I do kind of like the Dow though for more downside action. I just don't have an entry here. Did you catch the long, Frank? How do I read the divergence? New lows, S&P's new highs. 70 points, nice. Yeah, I mean, there's really nothing we can do about the divergence at the moment. I think kind of similar to the thoughts from yesterday, at some point we probably see the Russell Dow try to play catch up. And it's just a bit of a it's just a bit of like a rebalance, if you will, pairs trade. Which I'm not a massive fan of at the moment, just for my own positions that I don't have on. Because we decided to front run the level and Russell opens above and then pulls immediately through the level, so that part's not fun. At the market moves at the moment, just the trend is still straight to the upside. So I'm not ruling out that S&Ps and Nasdaq couldn't fail, right? We talked about that in the morning. Just the lack of volume that we had in the S&Ps leads me to believe that that is certainly possible. But yeah, at the moment, S&Ps and Nasdaq are just leading the charge to the upside. We got this 50/50s in here for S&Ps. The only thing is, like, there's nothing, there's legitimately nothing above for a ways. I'm going to give it the attempt to try and hold here. See, those lows are 49s. Pulling back a little bit further now. So I'm going to wait. Yeah, I don't really view that as being much, though, is the only thing. It's a tough long. NASDAQ certainly through the level. S&Ps are still sitting right here in and around the area. I like the idea of this long 45/50s would be that low. Or do we get the failed breakout here and then roll over is the question. So I'm going to still continue to kind of sit on hands for a second. I do wonder if the Russell and Dow are trying to say something. NASDAQ, however, does not seem to care. That's the thing. Russell Dow getting a little bit of a bottoming tail action going now. There's a 2-minute in the NASDAQ right here. S&Ps came down, got one more new little low, 45 quarters there. I'm going to give the S&Ps a little shot here. See if we can hold right around 49s. I might be just a touch early on this, but I'm going to try a small long in here. I don't know if we need the opening print retest, but that 45 quarter seems like it's pretty solid so far. You could take the NASDAQ as well too if you really wanted. I'm going to give it the attempt here though. What's up, Nathan? We're either going to reject off these 50/50s again and go lower, or we can push up through those and then make a nice push to the upside. Which one that is yet, I have no idea, but I'm not going to fade the trend at the moment. With that NASDAQ strength, highs are 54 quarters. And we out. We got that retest opening print that I was a little fearful we might do. I'm gonna wait. I don't want to get chopped in this area. Russell Dow trying to act like they want to find a bottom here. The only thing that's really drawing me right now at the moment, still to the long idea, is NASDAQ. I mean, the NASDAQ break up through 463s, through last week's highs, all of those things. And I might have got tripped up on the S&Ps. Um, but yeah, that's at the moment, that's the main thing that's kind of drawing me to this. And it's like, yeah, we're up 200 points here. There's another 300 points, 250 odd points up to targets, somewhere between 864s and 25,900. So it's like yeah, if that's going to be the case, we'll go up like 1.5%, maybe 1.75% today, and go get those 25,900s. If we're going to do that, like I would certainly love to participate in a 300 point move. On the other hand, it's like if we stall and kind of fail up here, the potential for the next trade would be a divergence down into 463s, right? With maybe Dow trading down into like 234s at the same time. But I don't see, if NASDAQ gives up this strength at the moment, I don't love that. Like we'll have a pretty decent topping tail on the day if we were to get back down to 463s. So I don't know that I love that long either. So we either look for the long attempts here, see if we can hold this rally, or just take a step back, sit on hands for a minute, and let it try and figure itself out, see if something better develops, right? Those are kind of the thought processes here. What's up, Snipe? And we didn't get the, I mean, 191 quarters, we obviously front ran that yesterday as well. So it's like, yeah, I would love to see us have tested that level, or maybe tested, the 463s, for example. But like we didn't need that yesterday in order to get, a 300 point rally. So do we need that test today becomes the question. Would I love it? Yes. Or would I have loved it initially this morning even better? Yes. And I'm still open to S&Ps. That might end up getting a divergence here, and then NASDAQ rallies from that. Kind of sitting those lows of 41 quarters. We're at opening print now of 44s. So I'm not necessarily too opposed to that even. Watch it not do it though. Like, you got to be kidding me. I'll wait for over 6850s for S&Ps. We pulled back to 566s here in NASDAQ. It's like a 40 point stop if you wanted it, or a 300 point move. So it's like 7 to 1. It's not bad. 25,864s. Let's call it 25,560s. 25,600. Just to see what this looks like from a risk reward standpoint. 6.6 to 1 right here. And that's at 864s. There's technically room up to this 25,900s. It's kind of a nice little 1, 2, 3 type of thing shaping up here on 15-minute chart. S&P is getting that new low now. Russell as well. So far, the only two markets to do so. We don't have an actual stop loss for it yet. I mean, there's no confirmed trigger or trade just yet. I just put it in there. I was just getting rough numbers for where it might be in case we do decide to look for longs. We got at least an idea of risk reward ratio, which isn't bad. The risk reward ratio is not bad at all. The stop loss is going to be based on the chart, which isn't set at the moment. I am going to where do we trade down to? 562s. Yeah, pretty much always expecting level to level move. The question becomes whether we need to go retest 463s or not, which is the unknown at the moment. I kind of like the move out of the Russell. S&P is trying to establish that. I think we let this 15-minute in the NASDAQ set. Like I said, we were working on like a 15-minute 1, 2, 3 here. So I think we let that set and then look to do something from there if we're going to do anything. We tried the S&Ps. So far, no go there. I like that we're seeing a little bit of strength coming back out of the Russell and the Dow. We do have that divergence in S&Ps and Russell, so I'm inclined to look at NASDAQ for a little bit more strength there, since it does have the strength. I guess I should say it that way. I just would like some sort of entry reason to get into it. A 15-minute 1, 2, 3 would do that for me. I think we might kind of pull back and maybe retest, like, I don't know, somewhere down in here just a little bit further, poke under these lows of 562s just a little bit, and then go from there. S&P's here trying to maybe get back over the open would help with that idea. Part of me says just YOLO. Actually, maybe not a bad idea. Let's see. Room to 627.20s here for QQQ. You could probably YOLO some options. 0 DTEs. 625s are 40 cents. I guess I would have thought they'd been a little cheaper, but maybe not. That Russell rally back is pretty nice, I think. It's kind of telling something here. I'd like to see a little shimmy when we close this bar out, this 15-minute bar out for NASDAQ. See a little shimmy under 562s. S&P is holding opening print at the same time would be nice in order to take an entry here. You could grab a little bit here if you wanted and give it the wider stop. You could probably give it 50 points if we were to retrace all the way back to 540s. It's probably not terrible. Yeah, 15-minute bar is going to look a little funky here in a minute. The Dow got back up through that open there. NASDAQ got like another minute. I like to see this close like 580s. I'm not long at the moment, but I'm close to pushing the button here. NASDAQ needs to chill and not go back through highs first, though. That 15-minute would look a whole lot better if it didn't do that. Yeah, no, I know. Like I said, I want to see this close like 580s. We got about 20 seconds to go. Ideally, we can just shove down under those 562s. We might not need the shove under 562s, but it would be nice. Maybe see S&P's retest opening print there. We just traded 50 quarters there, a little front run of that 50/50s. $5.95s. Looking to see if S&Ps can't retest 44s, that opening print. I don't know if we'll get the full 62 print on a NASDAQ here. It's got a little too much strength. Yeah. New highs, only market. Nice pop there out of NASDAQ. We need pullbacks to 50/50s. I was being a bit of a dick for a tick on the entry down there. The risk reward, I mean, I mentioned it like 580s, 590s, giving it 50 points would have been fine. The risk reward was there for sure. S&P's new highs. Kind of like the Russell here too, though. 8640s. A 3-point stop in there. Eh. This could be 2 days in a row where I don't get the entry in which I want. Which would be super unfortunate for me. Highest viewership we've had, and not good trading necessarily out of me. Can't say bad trading though either, but part of me wants to play the Russell or the Dow just to play catch up, but at the same time, I also want to wait for an entry either in S&Ps or NASDAQ. Anybody take that long idea for NASDAQ around 580s, 590s? Hopefully somebody did. At least make me feel a little bit better. Nice. Somebody, well, I can't eat today, but I was going to say somebody buy me dinner today. Can't talk about food though. That's a bad idea at the moment. Russell pushing back here to 90.60s. Just traded 90.50s there. Dow with equal highs, about to push through probably. We'll find an entry here, I think, into the Russell at some point. So you have to break through last week's highs there, which is still about 20 points away from here currently. So there's still room. It's just not going to be the same as NASDAQ making a freaking 300-point push on us. No, I didn't find the entry in which I wanted. I was being a little bit picky with it. At this point, it kind of looks like NASDAQ goes to 864 to 900s, which has been kind of the goal. I just need to find a way to take an entry. I still have the Russell not making new highs though. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Maybe S&Ps can pull back here to 50/50s. I like the Russell though. I almost would. I mean, percentage-wise on the day, Russell's number 2, Nasdaq's still number 1. The Dow and S&Ps are basically where they were when we came in. 0.41 for S&Ps, 0.31 for the Dow, so they're not that far off. Again, the idea of this, oops, not that one either. Where the hell is the chart that's being shown? There we go. The idea of this trade in the NASDAQ that we were kind of looking at and the risk reward there, it's up about 1R here at the moment. But again, still obviously plenty of room for that to make the move. That's the trade in which I called. Russell maybe has a new entry in here. 87.70, still 3 points. I'm going to see if that can't get over the level though. I'm kicking myself. Should we kicking ourselves? What a Bitcoin move too. The dilemma right now is like kind of similar to yesterday. It was like everything's moving, running away from us. Similar story, right? We got the front run on NASDAQ. We didn't find entries in there. And it's like, all right, do we try and press this? Like, do we do something aggressive with it? Try and FOMO in, chase something, etc. I don't think we do. Ideally, that's obviously not the right solution here, but I would like to find something to do if it can present itself. Well, that is the thing here. We'll have S&Ps kind of back into this 50/50s here in just a second. Dow's holding up fairly well. Russell's still a little weaker than I would like necessarily on that pullback. You're going long with the Russell. All right, S&Ps are here at 50/50s. That topping tail is ugly though. I'm gonna look to take a little bit of S&Ps here again from 50/50s. We got that pullback now. It's a tough long, I think, just because of the topping tail that's there, but we still have a little bit of time that can kind of correct itself and not look so ugly. So if we get a sharp move off these 50/50s back to the upside, I think we're good. And kind of same thing here in the Russell. You could look for Russell longs if you want stops under 84.70s essentially. I don't know that one is necessarily better than the other. I'm just personally going to choose to use the S&Ps. And the idea being targets are essentially, I mean, the target idea sounds stupid, but it'll just be whenever S&Ps hit, or when NASDAQ hits 864 to 900s. The only real target I see up there is like 69.44s, which I don't necessarily think is probably the case today, but I guess anything is possible. If you can believe it, you can achieve it. All right, so we found ourselves a little position here. Now we just gotta sit and wait. Gold's coming back down here towards 42.24s. Um, 30 seconds left on this bar. High days 57.75s. Was set an alert for up over 58s. One thing we looked at yesterday, I meant to make a note of to keep an eye on today, was bonds. Liberty, you listening in? Russell looks good too now. What do you make of bonds? The move lower yesterday, we haven't seen bonds move for quite a while. And then we got a nice drop yesterday, kind of starting off the week. We're getting a little bit of bleed on it today. That weekly chart just looks like straight death for bonds. I don't know what to make of that though, is my only, I don't know where that fits into the puzzle at the moment. Dow making new highs so far, only market to do so. NASDAQ here. I would love. Oh, where I say I was just about to say, I would love an entry on the Russell up over the level. Ideally, we can kind of rally up, maybe pop these highs just a little bit, not take out overnight highs, and then kind of retest 90, 60. So just go to opening print, maybe slightly through it, high days like 92s, just kind of push up through there, and then kind of pull back and retest that 90, 60s, and then rip from there. I'd be down for a new position in the Russell as well. S&P is traded 57.50s there. Oh, you got the S&P diversions from lows? Nice. I like that for you. Yeah, the Dow here making a pretty decent move. That somehow turned around fairly significant. Yeah, Russell's rejecting it so far. It's not ideal. I'd like to see it get through it. Especially considering we have longs in the S&P. At this point, though, I think we just kind of have to chill and let it work. If we fail this breakout, then there's essentially nothing we can do about that. We'll have to eat a stop, but at the moment, it's not necessarily doing anything wrong. The only thing you can make an argument for is the Russell and the fact that Dow just made new highs, nothing else did. So you can make an argument for that if you really wanted to, but oh, we got gold back down into 42.24s. Do we try to long long gold with that massive move to the downside? I can't say it's my favorite, but I also don't hate it. Silver just did it as well, 57.83s. If we can get back over opening print in gold or silver, I would be interested. Silver's 58.15s. Gold would be 42.33s. At least let it kind of end the downtrend and not necessarily be buying a straight drop would be ideal. If you're aggressive with it, then There's 20 cents already in silver just now. The Russell looks like it wants to take out that little pivot and then figure itself out from there. Everything else seems fine. We're holding. We're not necessarily getting the rally just yet. Maybe we see the shimmy and the Russell here and then get up through. I still printed 90 50s up there, so I couldn't get through the level or test it even. NASDAQ looks like, oh no, it didn't. NASDAQ, S&P still looking good. Dow, if it could put a bottoming tail in right here, would also look really good. Russell maybe with the shimmy. So 2-minute high here. 85 90s. S&P's traded 50 50s and bouncing nicely from there. Russell somehow not looking as good. Gold maybe wants to grab a small new low. There's that new low for gold. Silver still holding at the moment. Russell. I don't love the way that's acting. NASDAQ tried to pop there. I don't necessarily have the balls to do it, and I don't know that it's a phenomenal play either, but the idea of silver long off this 57.83 50s, the risk reward is massive. Mm, S&Ps. Nasdaq didn't quite make those new highs yet. Dow pulling back fairly hard. Yeah. Interesting action. That's definitely a word for it. Not my favorite action would be what I would say. I'm going to take the S&Ps back off. That's a hard bar to want to try and fight with anything. Eh. Hmm. Hmm, hmm, hmm. Well, we gave the S&Ps their shot twice today. No go on that. It's a tough spot because Nasdaq's still not technically giving it up. Yeah, I know. I'm thinking the same thing. I'm also kind of looking at Nasdaq and the fact that it just did the thing we were looking for earlier. It just did it super hard and super late. S&P's made new lows. I'm going to do a small Nasdaq long attempt in here. Essentially just challenge it to not go lower from here. Kind of a little failure to go lower type of move. I don't know if that'll be the right move or not, but if we can push up through 580s, I'll like it even better. Mm. Still fine on NASDAQ at the moment. I traded 581s there. Pushing down here towards these lows again. NASDAQ might not hold. Little new low there, 531s. Still ideally need over 580s. It's about a 50-point stop now. I feel like we could have made it really easy on ourselves and just longed a Bitcoin on the day, which is not the normal thing I would say. The problem is we're still like, yes, we're getting this pullback, which is 100 odd points or so off of highs, but like we're not like, and only in NASDAQ specifically here, we're not damaging anything from a bigger picture standpoint. So it's like, I can't get on board at the moment with any kind of shorts, which is tough considering what the other indices are doing, specifically the Russell and the S&Ps. But at the same time, I see the idea in the NASDAQ being that if it can hold here, we can set up a really nice 15-hour and then finish out this daily move up into 25,900. So it's like, do I look to put a little bit more risk on in there just to appease that idea, or do we walk away? Just because the potential in there is still, 350 points. Gold's kind of giving up that level. Silver's holding here, though. It might just be a tricky 2 days. I set some alerts just to see if we do end up getting back up through 655s in NASDAQ. So if I do leave the desk, then at least know if we get new highs on the day. I kind of like the silver longs, but I just don't have the balls for it, I don't think. That's a big contract. So we're getting a little bit of a pop. I'm gonna readjust these. I'm gonna readjust these parameters here a little bit, just see if the math makes sense. We've tried the S&Ps. No, I don't want it to go any lower. No, sir. Bad idea. The hourly wouldn't look like at the moment. The hourly looks good with this little bottoming tail in here. Yes, we do have a small topping tail in place, but like again, much more downside action in there, and it's not going to be as appealing from a long perspective. It would just be tough. Did this not update? 560, 530. There we go. So risk reward wise, no, I see it. It's valid. It's a valid level. I just don't want to see it trade. I wasn't ignoring you. A valid NASDAQ long. I have it tiny. The risk reward is good. That's the only reason I'm interested. Only reason I'm interested here. Oh, that's what's off today. I don't have any music going. Anybody go back in the NASDAQ there? What a move in the S&Ps. Quick 15-point rally back like that. What a bitch move, honestly. Like, what a bitch move. Yeah, S&Ps is certainly like we're having mood swings all the way around, but that NASDAQ entry, the stops are a little bit wider. I don't love 50-point wide stops. My entries are 577s. But yeah, I'm gonna let this work. I don't have the balls for silver. I've said it like 10 times. I was hoping eventually they would just appear, but I do like that move too. I'm just stalking it. I don't know what to do about it. No balls. Yeah, the moves this morning, like, again, the only thing that's keeping me grounded in the sense that we rally is, at the moment, is the NASDAQ Dow not getting those new lows, the hourly chart, the daily, the weekly, like everything is in where it needs to be for it to make the move. So I'm just trying to allow it to just have the room it needs in order to do it. And luckily we weren't super aggressive earlier back over in here, because essentially we probably would have been stopped and then right back in and around the same point, like in and around the same price. So I like where this is at the moment. That's a good strong reaction. That 15-minute bar is going to look really, really nice. And I just want to let it do its thing. Just let it work. And yeah, not mess with it. I haven't finished my coffee this morning. And a couple MNQs from 549s. That's a nice entry. Listen, if we can capture a 5R trade here in NASDAQ, I will be a happy camper. How long does it take us? Ends up being the question, right? I really, really liked the way that 2-minute kind of set up down there, though. Good, strong reactions back off of it. Everything's there, so. Bitcoin just on a tear, though. Oh, you did take that 2-minute entry? I like that. You're up about 2 hours then right here. I think it was too pretty to pass. The whole setup in general. It was an anticipation for sure. Yeah, if you manage losses right, it's going to be fine, I think. I don't know what that was. Oh, S&P's making new highs. Nasdaq not quite able to follow just yet. Dow did as well. Nasdaq's only like 6-7 points away. I think it'll be fine. Still 200 plus points to go in there. It's a nice push though off that trigger from 580s. 581s technically. More than makes up for the S&P trade from earlier. That's Nasdaq new highs. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Look at that. I turned music on and we just bumping it. We just doing the thing. Almost like we know what we're doing now. I don't remember the last time I didn't turn music on. That's like legitimately the second thing I do outside of turning the computer on. So I must have been a little in a funk this morning from the fast. I need a Whopper. No junior Whopper shit either. Oh, that probably messed me up right now though. Going on like 36 hours of no food and then have a good old greasy Whopper. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, 36 hours at the moment on the fast. Wouldn't this be glorious if Nasdaq just goes straight to 864s, doesn't do any zigzag nonsense on us? No, I don't think that's greedy. For Dow? 584s are right here. We didn't quite hit those yet. Yeah, 722s. No, I think it's fine. Yeah, you're good. I really don't want to take anything off. I'm really just trying to hold full till we get there. Russell kind of acting like I should change my thought process on that, but I don't really want to. Massive move there out of meta. Well, I shouldn't say massive. A big move out of meta. Gold getting smacked there. Silver as well. Should have just made it easy and bought Bitcoin. Ethereum with a nice move too. Can Russell rip already? Dow making new highs here. I don't mind Russell right here. There's a little 2-minute right here, 84.20s. Be that low. Do we add to the NASDAQ with another market is the question, or do we just let that be the workhorse and put in the work for us? The tick reading down there was fairly decent as well, minus 830s. 2-minute on Russell looks good. It's just the 15-minute I don't love. I feel like I gotta look elsewhere besides the Russell, because at the moment it's, unless we're playing for catch up, that's the only thing that like I don't love at the moment. Nice move out of the Dow though. Everything making the move except for the Russell is the only thing. I'm gonna leave the Russell alone. I want to add some risk, but I also don't want to screw up a good trade in the NASDAQ with additional risk that doesn't work. As the Dow continues to rip. I think Boeing was strong in there today. Yowzers. That's a big move out of Boeing. You still holding that Russell or that Dow? Getting closer and closer to that target. What is this? What is this? What is this? Anybody know what the news is? A little bit of volatility there. S&P's, Nasdaq, Dow look like they want to shake it off though. $670s at high. Something maybe with Amazon. Amazon getting a nice move there. Is there like tariff news or something? I don't see anything on the Trump tweet bot thing yet. We didn't drop any links today yet. I'll drop a link there if you're in need of a funded account there. Lucid Flex account still on sale. And then top one accounts there as well. See if we can't get this NASDAQ to continue to push and break out through these highs here. S&Ps did, Dow did. I still don't see any news. Like, was there news on that, or am I just tripping? It was just price action. I don't buy that for a second. I guess it's certainly possible in this current market, but if we can continue to rip out here, that'll give us a nice trail stop in place. About 1R of a trail that we can put in place. This ended up being a shimmy. All right, talking about Apple. Part of me wonders if I take this or not. I don't love it. I don't love it. The dilemma I have at the moment is I don't want to put a break-even trail in. It comes down and takes us out because that would be unfortunate. But I also don't know. Yeah. I feel like any management here is a poor management. The Dow doesn't seem like it cares. It's the only thing I can kind of see us holding on to. If you look at the Russell, it's not good. Yeah. I was debating about whether or not we should take some profits or not, and I'm trying to hold it for the big move. And at the moment, that is proving to be the wrong decision, at least for now. We're right back into 68.50 50s here for S&Ps. Yeah, I mean, so is Tesla. Hmm. No, it doesn't. It's being obnoxious. We're right back down to entries on NASDAQ. Yeah, Bitcoin making an insane move today. Bitcoin definitely showing out. Market, however, is not. Market's being annoying. Decisions. No, they certainly are. If you take profits, they're not bad, but we're just not getting super clean action here. I closed. I closed in NASDAQ. Well, that's annoying. That is annoying. All right. What do we do with this? Do we call it a day? I think it's the right move. 11:14. I feel like we just lived like 18 trading days in the last 2 hours. We went higher, we went lower, we went higher, we went lower. Like the amount of decisions that I feel like we've had to make in the last legitimately 2 hours is a little bit obnoxious. Yeah, I could see the idea of the short. I still think it's a little tough though. The Dow doesn't seem like it wants that. The Dow actually kind of looks like it wants higher still, but do we trust the Dow? That's the question. I don't know. I think we can watch for a little bit and just see what kind of develops, how this kind of shapes up. I'm not necessarily super interested in pressing any buttons at the moment. We kind of shot our shot a little bit today, and then we've had profits. That's the crazy thing is we've had decent profits, but not like the full move in which we were kind of thinking there, which was the idea. It's a scalper's market for sure. If you're a scalper just looking for highs and things like that, it's been today has been phenomenally like it's treated you amazing because you've had a couple different opportunities to at least take some trades and get profits off towards highs and things like that. If you're looking for more of the position style and trying to get the larger move here, then it hasn't worked out so well. Or you've eaten a stop or two, right? Russell new lows, only market to do so. Kind of no surprise there. It's been the weaker market now. Yeah, no, we're just chopping here. It's a pretty wide range though for S&Ps. I mean, 25 points give or take to be chopping around in, 150 points give or take for Nasdaq, right? The Dow kind of looks more like it's going to fail now. Which could lead us to some downside action if that's something you're into. I'd like to see what we do at 463s if we get down there. And that's the thing in which I'm watching for here at the moment. Who said they wanted 511s out of NASDAQ? We got 514s. We almost got it. If we go back to highs, I'm gonna be writing freaking congressmen and senators here because something needs to be done about this. Range bound type days like this are some of my least favorite to trade just because I'm not a scalper type individual. Like I'm not looking to just take the two R's and move on to the next one. Like I think that's a harder trade for me, specifically given like the nature of how many more R's we have to targets. You know what I mean? And you can make an argument that we certainly gave reasons to take profits there where markets reversed and things like that, right? That's easily arguable and with valid reason. I mean, for that matter, but Nasdaq almost back down to opening print there. Yeah, we got a low through 511s there. I don't think it matters. I think 463s is probably a little bit more important here today. Here comes 463s. It's a tough long, really tough long. I don't know that I would necessarily look to take that. If it can do a quick scalp to the upside, I think that's fine, obviously, but not necessarily my preferred trade here. If we fail it, there's room back to 191s, which would be interesting, but yeah, that worked out well for you. We were literally just talking about that. If you were taking profits today and not looking for full moves, you did really well. There's 463 quarters now. No, I agree. I agree with that. We got a little bit of movement there, not much. I don't personally think that it's a long from here, but can we get a little bit of a balance, maybe back up to opening print 493, something like that? Probably, but I don't think it's necessarily a 493 or 463s up to 860s, 900s. I don't think that's necessarily the move. I'm also going to be tough to try and short it after a 200-point move to the downside to get here. So Russell looks like it's set on getting that 2462s though. Nasdaq trying to hold it at the moment. Looking back at that little S&P, S&P's made the new highs after that spike down. Nasdaq didn't. That's like the only little thing I can take from that. Bitcoin's got a little pullback here. What a move out of Ethereum though. 8.8% today. Nasdaq trying to hold here. And right back under. What the fuck was this off? Going through mentorship, new format is on point. Swing setups last night, going into levels today. Nice. Yeah, I'm actually really happy with how the new layout kind of turned out and the way it came together. Honestly, I think my favorite part is all of the morning write-ups and the review section on that, like right at the forefront of every video, being able to go through and just, you know, get 100+ days worth of thoughts and actions, and then what ultimately ends up happening. I think that is more valuable than I won't say anything else in there, but I think it's more valuable than people probably honestly realize. Silver trying to break that opening print and get through. Dow's still holding. I think markets are a tough trade here. Yeah. But it's trying to maybe hold again. By my doorstep, singing sweet songs. This is my message to you. Worry about a thing. Every little thing will be alright. Worry about a thing. Every little thing gonna be alright. Smile with the rising sun. By my doorstep. Singing sweet songs, melody pure and this is my message to you. What y'all know about little Bob Marley? NASDAQ 15 minutes. Trying like hell to hold here. What you talking about? You got coin? Where'd Bitcoin go? Bitcoin did start to rally from that pullback. 450 point pop out of that so far. Nice move in silver here. NASDAQ getting back over opening print here. If it's a range bound type of day, then we just see the normal freaking nonsense that we've been seeing today. I shouldn't say normal. We see more of the same. So we look for a NASDAQ long entry. This market. Apparently, Trump is set to release the Epstein files this month. You're in NASDAQ at 480. I don't mind that. I want to see if we get a retest or some sort of secondary entry in there. I don't really know if I'll do anything with it, but we just retested opening print there. 493 quarters, one tick front run. I don't know if that's enough or not. I would feel a lot better. It's only 11:44. I would have felt a lot better if Russell had traded those 24.62s down there. If we had a little something extra to work with, I feel like that would make it just a little bit better. Just a little bit better of a test under opening print there. Do we retest 463s or not is the question. This is either the short entry right here. It stops up over like 525s, which I don't necessarily want to subscribe to today. I feel like it probably, if that was going to happen, should have stayed under 463s. Or we pull back a little bit further to 463s and then can do what we need to do from there. I would be open to, I don't necessarily want to try it from here, but I would be open to one more long attempt from 463s. It's 200 points back to high today. So I kind of can't like disregard that. I don't necessarily want this 2-minute right here though. We don't really have a ton of risk left on the day. So the question becomes is whether that's worth putting the risk on or saving it. I don't necessarily have an answer for that at the moment just because it hasn't fully developed yet, but totally different action from yesterday though. You want a 15-minute to short? All right. There's a 5-minute here. 510 by 75 is like 35 points. I didn't take it, but it's there. It's not terrible. 35 points worth of risk, give or take. I guess we can punch that in here. Just see what it looks like. 25. 510. Stop loss would be 25. 475. Obviously, all the way up to 864. You're talking a 10-to-1 risk reward ratio. I think we're talking the 25 670s. It's 4.5 to 1. I'd much prefer to see something like, let's say 25 500s. Like 450. That'd be my ideal. If we can come back and tag 463s. Kind of hold that up a little bit. Somewhere up over 550s. Or 450, sorry. Nice Bitcoin rally. Oh, Bitcoin. Hold on, I gotta pee. Be right back. Joe, you said you took the Qs, made back your loss from Nvidia. Weird day, but not a red day. I mean, I kind of agree with you. Certainly a weird day. This has probably been the worst price action day in a while. At least I think. Last week was fairly clean. I would have loved another test of 463s before we made this move just now. I think that would have made for a nice little day if we could have been able to capture that and then caught another rally. This market, I don't think, is quite done with wanting to continue on his rally way. Unlike yesterday, we never came back down and got the retest of the 191s. Today, we did ultimately get the retest here of 463s. So there is that. Oh my gosh. Emily sends me a video of these crispy beef tacos that look amazing. Just so happens. Can't eat that today. That's pretty much what they were. Oh. Little Taco Tuesday action. Kind of just want to set some alerts and walk away. Even relative strength names again today would have been kind of a pain. Nasdaq only needs a 60-point pullback to get that. I feel like we can do that. It kind of be better if we don't rally all the way back today. Let's save it for tomorrow. I'm still trying to act like we wanted to go do it though. It'd be great if Nasdaq doesn't make the move. I don't know if that's going to be the case or not. I'm also saying that partially just because I would love an entry if it is going to move today. And currently, at the moment, I don't have any NASDAQ on. So, yeah, it'd make me feel better if we didn't do that. No, I know. It's definitely shaping up better for longs. I just don't want it to. If I was long from 463s, then yeah, sure, let's go all the way back to highs and make the full move. But at the moment, that is not the case. So, which given the way in which price was acting today, it's kind of unfortunate I don't have a position from down there. I just think we might run out of steam here too at some point today. I don't know. I mean, that daily chart is certainly straight up. I feel like if it was going to make the move, probably should have done it this morning, but maybe it needed a little bit more time. Needed the retest there, 463s. I guess I say that to say I would have been more inclined for an entry down there as opposed to the next like 15-minute entry, for example. Now silver breaking those highs there, or at least trying to. It looks like. 53s, 54s, yeah. Russell short was a nice trade though. Especially if you took that off the 90-60s there. Yeah, either way, it's still solid. We had 15 points on that down at Lowe's. Might have got a little greedy on that though. Ticks are trading 730s right now, getting a little aggressive on the ticks. It's still not bad. I mean, coming out green on the day, again, if you're not a scalper, scalpers should be, they should be happy. They should be super happy on the day. Um, but yeah, coming out green if you're not a scalper is, I think, a good position to be in here. I will, however, be slightly upset if we do run to 864s today. Especially if we do it from 460s. S&P's almost pushed back to that 50-50 there. The Dow still looks to be the strongest one though. I don't know how that topping tail is just super ugly, but it's there. New high a day. I kind of wanted 463s to retest, and then I'd be calling somebody to go get those highs. 24-hour streamer now. I should do a 24-hour stream. I should. Nasdaq starting to push. No, I didn't take Nasdaq. I was being picky again on the entry and wanted to see if we'd pull back and retest 463s once we pushed over the open, and we just never did. No, we did get 463s. I'm just saying I wanted the once we pushed back over and traded opening print there on that pullback, I wanted to see us get down there again one more time. And Nasdaq just continuing to push. Yeah, no, the divergence is nice. I just didn't like the stop being so wide. It was like 70 points. I figured it might give us something a little bit better, but that's what I get for thinking. Let's see. I was trying to find a hotel, but no luck at the moment for what I want. Darn it. Nasdaq going right back for those highs. It's like the longest trading day in history, I feel like, at the moment. It's 12:30. This feels longer than yesterday already. And yesterday we were on for like an extra hour past this. Yeah, no, Russell still, I don't know why that has not participated as well as everything else. The fact that it was the strongest this morning, too, is just a little bit obnoxious. Bonds rallied back some. That pullback in Bitcoin, 1125, was nice. Mm-hmm. 100K in 2 weeks on Ponzi coin. It might be there. Shit, it might have been 2 days. We get another rally like this. It was up 6,500 today, so tack on another 6,500 tomorrow. It's at 99K. The fact that we held where we did, though, that was like the make or break. If we If we gave that up, it was going to be ugly. Nice. Good work, ZB. Gold did make it back up here to these 42.24s. S&P is getting rejected here off that 50-50 again. I don't think we ever actually... Yeah, we didn't just now, did we? Nope, still didn't. That's an interesting little NASDAQ move there. Start of a new hour, pull back there to 586s. Looking like it wants to push now. I don't know that I love putting a position on at this moment in time. I don't think that's the right thing to do, but we did just get up through there. Does gold continue its rally from here? That's the question. Silver 58.61s. Gold's back to 42.24s. I don't know. I think we might be trying to press if there's anything here or not. I mean, we got a pretty decent range in NASDAQ, so there is certainly the possibility that we find something to do here. 250 points worth of movement. It would not be, I don't think, all that difficult to find something to do. Whether it's going to be the right thing to do or not is the question. What's up, boy? What's up, boy? Do you want me on camera? Come on. Come on. No, please. 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 They can't see you. Can't see you over there. There's your go. There's your go ball. There's your ball. See? See? You see yourself? You see yourself? There's your go ball. You see yourself? Look over there. Look over there. You see yourself. Don't you bug me? Oh, good boy. Give it up. Oh. Did we trade opening print? We did, huh? Opening print for S&Ps. I'm gonna give opening print a shot here. We held it there at 44s. We held it again there at 44s. I think it's worth like the 4-point risk in here. Even up just a high day, 68, 63, 50s. Punch this in. 68, 48. Let's go 68, 43s. Take profit, 68, 65s. I'm trading it small. I'm not going like crazy with it. But yeah, just partial size with it to do something here. I'm not waiting for any kind of trigger or anything with it, but Silver's still making a nice move. 58.63s. Nice little interesting action to start it off with. And Dow sitting on those 584s. And gold's getting a nice little pop there from 42.24s again. I kind of think we're going to see that get a surprise move towards the end of the day. Again, I would prefer that it probably doesn't, and we can get over like 42.56s tomorrow. Ideally, it stops moving today. Silver, however, I don't think cares. And no go. No go. All right, I think I'm gonna call it a day. Nothing for me to do here. Market's trying to save that move for tomorrow, I think, still. I lost like a fifth of an R there, so we're not going crazy by any means on anything there. The market caught a little more selling pressure there than I thought. Why am I looking at this ticker? Which ticker? Which one? The Russell? The damn Russell? You don't like your friend the Russell? Still 23 people watching. Hard rejection there again off of 68 50 50s there for S&Ps. That was that STRC. That was the Michael Saylor thing that he's coming out with or whatever. I don't I don't. How is he able to do that? Is the question. I didn't. To answer your question, no, I haven't looked into it. I saw. I think maybe you posted about it, and I saw something about it. Mm, yeah, I don't know what. I don't know how he's doing that. 9% PFD callable. I don't. I have no idea what that means. What a market move right back down. This market is just ripping everybody. Did you look into how he's doing that, or what the situation is with it? Nothing getting new lows there, but Nasdaq got close to opening print, getting a little bit of a bounce. Russell with a nice little reversal bar there. I don't think I'm going to do anything with any of this, but I'll stick around as long as people are listening. The Russell actually looks like it's going to make the move now. Of all four, it actually looks like it has the most strength coming back off these lows in that reversal bar. Whether it can hold that or not, I don't actually know. What a move in silver. That's about $1 there off that level now. 57.83s here. 58.84s. Yeah, found a nice bottom down there and has been working higher here. High day is basically 59.10, so it's got another like 25 cents it can move there. Another 60 cents if it wants to go get 59.43s. S&Ps are at 975,000 contracts traded on the day. We still haven't 109. We haven't been able to crack through a million contracts just yet on the day. Every freaking video I see right now is a cooking video. I got a couple minutes left at the desk, and then I'm gonna roll out. Kind of a funky day though. Easy day for scalpers, like we talked about. Bad day for any kind of position traders like ourselves. What you want, boy? What you want? What you want? I should have. We haven't given out any accounts this week yet. I'm gonna have to wait till tomorrow to do it. So I should have traded some evals and just full ported them and been a scalper on that for the day. Would have worked out perfect. If you're looking for just silver and gold, just SLV and GLD, I think that's the way to go on those. Yeah, I think that's the best way to go with them. Nasdaq kind of trying to maybe hold this and work on a little round bottom here, but I don't love it either way. There's 100+ points to highs though. Stop loss would be like 540s. Like a 25-point stop. Oh, I don't think we do it. Given this market though, it probably works. Should we do it with 1 micro? Just to have it on. There we go. I risk 60 bucks. I'll go super light. Silver bouncing back there too. Yes, sir. All right, 120. I gotta get ready to roll. I put a super tiny Nasdaq position on. See if that can rally up, get those highs. Be good for like 100 plus points, give or take. About a 30-point stop on it. So it's 3-1. It's nothing crazy. We did it with one contract on a micro just to have it on. Nothing, nothing too crazy. I think with that, I'm gonna call it a day. What a funky looking day overall. Yes, I see you, boy. No more of this week would be great. Like, I would be down for any other type of action besides what we're getting so far. This range bound sloppiness. We'll have to take that into account though for tomorrow and keep it in mind and maybe start to look at taking profits a little bit premature on some trades um, and things like that, just to combat the potential for the continuation of this type of action. So, but yeah, anyways, that's what I got for today. Another kind of uneventful type of day. We did have some profits a couple times throughout the day, and just unable to really kind of piece that together and take profits when needed, and was trying to hold for that larger move. So I wouldn't necessarily change that just because the risk reward and the whole idea that we had and the move that was there and everything was really nice potential. So I wouldn't say I'd change any of that. Um, but yeah, we'll still be looking for that 864 to 900 target, essentially going into tomorrow now. And we'll see what this wants to do the rest of the day. If we do rally up and get those highs, it'll make tomorrow a little bit harder, and we might end up gapping up there, which would be super unfortunate. But nonetheless, that's what I got for you guys. We'll do some giveaways tomorrow. We might go live in the evening as well and do another kind of like hour, just chat, give away some accounts, stuff like that. But yeah, code MLT works at all your favorite prop firms: Apex, Tradeify, Top One, Lucid, Take Profit Trader, all of them. So appreciate you guys' support on that. And yeah, I'll get a free nightly video out as well. You guys got to be in the Discord or on the email list for that. I'm not going to be posting those publicly anymore, I don't think. We're going to keep those a little bit more private and some other things as well. So anyways, that's what I got for you guys. Appreciate you. Hopefully you all had a good day, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace.